Ansurasena Romanchakampa Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sutarangabhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shingaratan Mandira Majanadau Haradhana Nityanana Shingaratan Mandira Majanadau Yuktasya Bhaktasya Niyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Niyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Survidhashi Bhagavat Prasada Swadana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sanghan Shri Prasada Sadhana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sanghan Chitvaiva Triptim Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Radhika Madhavayorapara Madhurya Leela Gunarupa Nam Madhurapada Madhurya Leela Gunarupa Namna Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasa Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Swadana Lolupasa Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Kunjayuno Ratikeli Sedhai Yayali Bir Yuk Tirapekshaniya Ratikeli Sedhai Yayali Bir Yuk Tirapekshaniya Tatrati Daksha Tati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sakshadharitvena Samasta Sastrai Yuktasata Bhavyata Eva Sadhi Nitvena Samasta Sastrai Yuktasata Bhavyata Eva Sadhi Kintu Prabhuya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Prabhuya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadan Nagati Kutopi Sado Yasya Prasadan Nagati Kutopi Jayantuvam Tasya Yasya Sri Sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sri Sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam 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 Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam.
Vande Guru Shri
Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasatya Deshatarine.
Namaste Saraswati
Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasatya Deshatarine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktarinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Bhaktarinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktarinda.
Jaya Shri
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Srivasadi Bhaktarinda. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Radha, Syamasundar, Radha, Syamasundar, Shri Radhe, Syamasundar, Radha, Syamasundar, Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha, Madhava, Radha, Madhava, Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha, Vrindavan Chandra, Radha, Vrindavan Chandra, Shri Radhe, Jaya Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Jaya Gaura Hari, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev एवं विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शतश्री श्रीमद् अभयचरणानंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शतश्री श्रीमद् भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर महाराज की जय। राधा श्याम सुंदर भगवान की, राधा माधव भगवान की, गौरचंद्र भगवान की। All glories to assembled devotees here. All glories to assembled devotees here. All glories, all glories, all glories to assembled devotees here. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories.
नमस्ते नरसिंहाया प्रहलाद लाददायिने हिरण्यकाशिपूर्वत्सहा श्रीलाटन कान कानाए इतो नरसिंहा परतो नरसिंहा यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंहा बहे नरसिंहा हृदय नरसिंहा नरसिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे तव कर कमलवरेण अद्भुत सिंगाम दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृंगाम केशवदीता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे। जय नरसिंहदेव 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 जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय श्रील प्रभुपाद
वृंदाय तुलसी देयाय प्रियाय केशव विष्णु भक्ति
केशवाय च विष्णु भक्ति प्रतिदेवी सत्यवताय नमो नमः। जय नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्ण प्रेयसी नमो नमः कृष्ण प्रेयसी नमो नमः राधा कृष्ण सेवा पाओ ए अभिलाषी
कृष्ण सेवा
पाओ ए अभिलाषी जो तुम्हारा शरण लय तारा वंश पूर्ण होय
जो तुम्हारा शरण लो
तारा वंश पूर्ण होय कृपा करी कोरे तारे वृंदावन वासी
कृपा कोरी करो तारे
वृंदावन वासी मोराए अभिलाष विलास कुंज दियो वास
मुरारे अभिलाष विलास
कुंज दियो वास नयने हरि बो सदा जुगल रूप राशि नयने हरि बो सदा जुगल रूप राशि नयने हरि बो सदा जुगल रूप राशि
नयने हरि बो सदा
जुगल रूप राशि करो हे निवेदन करो सखी अनुगत करो सेवा अधिकार दिए करो निज दासी
सेवा अधिकार
दिए करो निज दासी सेवा अधिकार दिए करो निज दासी
सेवाधिकार दिए करो निज दासी
दीन कृष्ण दासे कोई यही जना मोरा होय
कोई जन मोरा हो
दीन कृष्ण दासे कोई यही जना मोरा होय
कोई जन मोरा हो
श्री राधा गोविंद प्रेमे सदा देन बासी
श्री राधा गोविंदा प्रेमे सदा जन भासी
श्री राधा गोविंद प्रेमे सदा जन बासी
श्री राधा गोविंदा प्रेमे सदा जन भासी
नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्ण प्रेयसी नमो नमः
तुलसी कृष्ण
प्रेयसी नमो नमः। यानि कानि च पापानि हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय तुलसी महारानी जय तुलसी महारानी जय तुलसी महारानी जय वृंदे देवी जय तुलसी महारानी जय तुलसी महारानी जय तुलसी महारानी जय वृंदे देवी। भक्ति तुलसी महारानी की वृंदाय तुलसीदेवाय प्रियाय केशवाच विष्णु भक्ति प्रतिदेवी सत्यवताई नमो नमः।
तुलसीदेव्याय प्रियाय केशवाच विष्णु भक्ति प्रदे देवी
सत्यवताय नमो नमः। वृंदाय तुलसीदेवाय प्रियाय केशवाच विष्णु भक्ति प्रतिदेवी सत्यवताई नमो नमः।
तुलसीदेव्याय प्रियाय केशवाच विष्णु भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवते नमो नमः।
वृंदाय तुलसीदेवाय प्रियाय केशवाच विष्णु भक्ति प्रतिदेवी सत्यवताई नमो नमः।
तुलसीदेव्याय प्रियाय केशवाच विष्णु भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवते नमो नमः।
भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की जय। O Tulsi, beloved of Krishna, I bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has his wish fulfilled, bestowing your mercy on him. You make him a resident of Sri Vrindavan Dham. My desire is that you will also grant me a residence in the pleasure groves of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Thus, within my vision, I will always behold the beautiful pastime of Sri Sri Radha Krishna. I beg you to make me a follower of the cowherd damsel of Braj. Please give me the privilege of devotional service and make me your own main servant. This very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna prays, may I always swim in the love of Sri Sri Radha and Govinda. Tulsi Mahani ki jai. The offense against the holy name are as follow. 1. To blaspheme the devotee who have dedicated their life for propagating the holy name of the Lord. 2. To consider the name of demigod like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the name of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the order of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literature or literature in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna as imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on strength of the holy name of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activity which are offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. To not have complete faith in chanting of the holy names and to maintain material attachment even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must guard against this offense in order to quickly achieve the desired success, Krishna Prema. Now, let's offer our respectful obeisances unto all Vaishnavas, devotee of the Lord. They are just like desire tree who can fulfill the desire of everyone, and they are full of compassion to the fallen conditioned soul. Vancha kalpatarupyasya kripa sindhu bhavesya patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Ananda koti vaishnavinda ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai.
that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From him, ecstatic prema emanates. By him, ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter of your lotus feet. You are the savior of the most fallen. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय शिल प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय शिल प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय शिल प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद श्री गुरु चरणा पद्मा केवल भक्त सद्मा श्री गुरु चरण श्री गुरु चरण पद्मा केवल भक्त सद्मा बंदमुई सावधान मते बंदमुई सावधान मते যাহার প্রসাদে ভাই এ ভব তো রিয়া যায় প্রসাদে যাহার প্রসাদে ভাই এ ভাব তো রিয়া যায় কৃষ্ণ প্রাপ্তি হয় যাহা হইতে কৃষ্ণ প্রাপ্তি হয় যাহা হইতে গুরুমুখ পদ্মা বাক্য চিত্তে কোরিয়ায়ৈক গুরুমুখ পদ্মা বাক্য চিত্তে কো আর না করি মনে আশা সে গুরু চরণে রতি এই সেয়ু তামাগতে গুরু চরণে সে গুরু চরণে রতি এই সেয়ু তামাগতে যে প্রসাদে পুরে সর্ব আশা যে প্রসাদে পুরে সর্ব আশা चक्षुदान दिल जय जन्म जन्म प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिल जय जन्म जन्म प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेदे गाय जहाँ चरित वेदे गाय जहाँ चरित श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु याधम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवन हाँ हाँ प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया हाँ हाँ प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया देह मोरे पद छाया ये वे जश घुषुक्ति भुवना ये जश घुषुक त्रिभुवना जय प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद नमाय विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमयो नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे नमस्ते जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि श्री कृष्ण जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे हरि बोल कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे जय राधा श्याम सुंदर राधा श्याम सुंदर श्री राधे जय राधा माधव श्री राधे जय गौर हरि जय गौर हरि हरि बोल
Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Gurudev, 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 Jayo Jayo Gurudev.
Rajacharya, Asto Taratata Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Prabhupada Asto Taratata Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnavadindi Ki Jai, ISKCON BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Namacharya Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Prem Se Goho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasri Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shai Mukunda Radha Kundi Giri Govardhan Ki Jai, Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Jai, Ganga Maya Ki Jai, Jamuna Maya Ki Jai, Tulsi Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yogi Ki Jai, Prihat Badanga Shri Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Syamasundar Ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Madhava Ki Jai, Shri Shri Gaurahari Ki Jai, Assembled Vaishnavas Ki Jai, Naperville ISKCON Yatra Ki Jai, Gaura Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, Shri Shri Guru Garanga Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Not the old people don't need to because the young people all play. Yeah. You're embarrassed to try to learn in front of them, right? This one's not so good either. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Tava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Balava Ginavadadadi Gopi Jana Balava Ginavadadadi Yasodhanana Braja Janaranjana Yasodhanana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunjabiyadi Gopi Jana Balava Girivardhani Gopi Jana Balava Girivardhani Yasodhanana Braja Janaranjana Yasodhanana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunjabiyari Jai Radha Madhava Kunjabiyari Jai Radha Madhava Kunjabiyari Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Asto Tarasatashi Shrimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Asto Tarasata Shri Shrimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavadindi Ki Jai ISKCON BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Madhava Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Syamasundar Ki Jai Shri Shri Gauranitai Ki Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Gaura Premanandi All glories to the Sama devotees All glories to the Sama devotees All glories to the Sama devotees All glories, Shri Shri Guru and Garanga Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So it's nice, even though it's very cold out, you have the morning sun coming through. Nice. And you have trees, and you have some open land next door. Very nice. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So there's a screen but over here, huh? Okay. Can you see it from there? Okay. So we're reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 12, entitled Creation of the Kumaras and Others. And I believe it's 20 up here? 20, and then we're reading 21. And 22 has a purport, so we'll go through there. And we can do the Sanskrit together, the first one maybe, because that's here. Maitreyo vacha evam mamat bhuvadhishta parikramya giram patim badham ityamum amantrya vivesha tapasevanam. Maitreyo vacha evam atma bhuvadishta parikramya giram patim badham ityamum amantra vivesha tapasevanam. Maitreyo vacha evam atma bhuvadishta parikramya giram patim badham ityamum mantya vivesha tapasevanam. Maitreyo vacha Ladies? Oh. So we won't do the word meanings because there's a few verses, so we'll go ahead. Sri Maitreya said, thus Rudra, having been ordered by Brahma, circumambulated his father, the master of the Vedas. Addressing him with words of assent, he entered the forest to perform austere penances. Text 21. I'll just read this one. Atabiyanyata shargam dashaputra prajag jire bhagavat shakti yuktasya lokasantana hetavaha. Translation. Brahma, who was empowered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, thought of generating living entities and begot 10 sons for the extension of the generations. Parichir atra giraso pulastya pulaka kratuhu brigor vashisto dakshascha dashamastatra naradaha. Translation. Marichi, Atri, Angira, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, Brigu, Vashishta, Daksha, and the 10th son, Narada, were thus born. Purport. It's nice the sun's there, but if you look at it, then you look back to the page, you can't see anything. So you have to... The whole, in Washington, D.C., we have the suns directly across, and different times of year they have to pull up different blinds and things, as the sun moves across. The whole process of the creation, maintenance, and dissolution of the cosmic manifestation is meant to give the conditioned souls a chance to go back home, back to Godhead. That's worth repeating. The whole process of the creation, maintenance, and dissolution of the cosmic manifestation is meant to give the conditioned souls a chance to go back home, back to Godhead. Brahma created Rudra to help him in this creative endeavor, but from the very beginning, Rudra began to devour the whole creation. As the sun goes up, the two of you stand there and lift that above your head. Is that the way that works? Or you bring it closer and closer till I'm completely surrounded by the wall. Huh? Be curious to see how this plays out. Okay, continuing. Brahma created Rudra to help him in this creative endeavor, but from the very beginning, Rudra began to devour the whole creation, and thus he had to be stopped from such devastating activities. Brahma therefore created another set of good children. I'm not sure if it's Brahma therefore created another set of good children, or Brahma therefore created another set of good children. It's a little hard to understand that specific part. Rudra also, he has his part to play, but it's the wrong time. Right? He was created, Brahma's thinking, I'm trying to generate more living entities, and Rudra starts destroying everything. It's like, no, not now. It's like if you have a child and you go someplace and they start putting everything in the trunk of the car to help. It's like, no, we're not going home now, we're just coming. Right? You can do that later, not now. Right? It's like that. Brahma knew very well, however, that without devotional service to the Lord, so he created another set of good children, emphasis, who were mostly in favor of worldly fruitive activities among these 10. He knew very well, however, that without devotional service to the Lord, there is hardly any benefit for the conditioned souls. And therefore, he at last created his worthy son, Narada, who is the supreme spiritual master of all transcendentalists. Quite a title. The supreme spiritual master of all the transcendentalists. Without devotional service to the Lord, one cannot make progress in any department of activity. Although the path of devotional service is always independent of anything material, only the transcendental loving service of the Lord can deliver the real goal of life, and thus the service rendered by Srimad Narada Muni is the highest among all the sons of Brahma. It's a short purport, but it's really jam-packed with meaning, so I'm going to read the whole thing one more time. Purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. The whole process of the creation, maintenance, and dissolution of the cosmic manifestation is meant to give the conditioned souls a chance to go back home, back to Godhead. Brahma created Rudra to help him in his creative endeavor, but from the very beginning, Rudra began to devour the whole creation, and thus he had to be stopped from such devastating activities. Brahma therefore created another set of good children who were mostly in favor of worldly fruitive activities. He knew very well, however, that without devotional service to the Lord, there is hardly any benefit for the conditioned souls. And therefore he at last created his worthy son, Narada, who is the supreme spiritual master of all transcendentalists. Without devotional service to the Lord, one cannot make progress in any department of activity. Although the path of devotional service is always independent of anything material. Only the transcendental loving service of the Lord can deliver the real goal of life, and thus the service rendered by Srimad Narada Muni is the highest among all the sons of Brahma. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Picharne Nirvasesha Shinivadi Pashtatadi Satarane Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So nice to see devotees. Some of you I saw yesterday. Some were you here yesterday? I don't think so. Nice to see you again. Mataji, nice to see. Our AV guy here, right? They still say AV? They still use, that's an old term. They still use that term? Audio-visual, yeah. Well, that was like in elementary school. There was an audio-visual person. The technology was different, but they still call them audio-visual person. Sound demigods. Uh-huh. Is he a demigod that's directly connected to devotional service? Is he a demigod that distracts us from devotional service? Which is actually, we're going to talk about the demigods a little bit. So it's nice to be here. I was thinking this morning, I hope everybody's enjoying the weather. I was sending I had a friend in Denver, and he sent me a snapshot of his weather report there. And it was, with the wind chill was minus 25. Yeah, I took the picture this morning, and I was like, that's nothing. You know, it was minus 30, it was when I did it was minus 33. And my wife's in India where it's, 75. So I sent her, hope you're having a nice time in the holy place. So, actually I was thinking the material world, it's kind of like Prabhu's mentioned here, the whole purpose, the whole process of creation, maintenance, and dissolution is meant to give the conditioned souls a chance to go back to God. And so in the same way, this material world actually, it's really good at convincing us that this isn't our real home. We can convince ourselves, okay, like I've mentioned a few times, I have a lot of friends living in Toronto and some of the other places are even a lot colder than that. And there was a devotee here yesterday was from Fairbanks. Fairbanks is a very cold place. Somebody just put in your phone now, just out of curiosity, what's the temp? Maybe it's colder here because of the storm, but generally, Fairbanks is really cold. So we were talking about that a little bit. Because I'd been to Alaska and was mentioning how, it's a very cold place up there. But then he said he's going back. I thought, oh my gosh, once you're out, why would you want to go back? But the fact is, this material world is it's a very good place to convince us that it's not a good place. And that's part of the purpose. Sometimes people wonder, why is it so difficult here? Well, it's difficult in part. Did you find it? Oh, it's warm. That's unusual. One, in Fairbanks, Alaska. Really? Okay, well, then, yes, he's going to a warmer place. We should congratulate him. He's going to a warmer place. So, this world is such, there's always so many hardships. I was listening to a lecture the other day, and Prabhu was saying again that this world is a place of anxiety. You can't even give a class without the microphone wanting to move on you. There's always some challenge here. And this world is always a place of anxiety. And as described here, because the process is really to help us return home, back to Godhead. So when there's difficulties in life, oftentimes people, they just try to hide from it, isn't it? They'll go to some self-help guru, tell them just, stiff upper lip, English expression, right? Or they'll say, try again until eventually you succeed. Or a lot of times in the modern days, people, they just they drown themselves in their sorrows. They take shelter of some kind of intoxication or like now the big popular thing is gambling has become so popular. It wasn't so, when I was a kid even, not so long ago, there were no lotteries, and you definitely didn't have like sports gambling the way they do now. It's like it's everywhere. So many diversions are there. So, but actually it's kind of Prabhupada would give this example. If you go to the doctor, if you have some kind of boil, there's some disease within the system, some contamination, some poison is in the system. If you go to the doctor, you say, just please, can we just, doctor says, well, they have to cut it open, let the pus out, the disease. He says, no, can you just blow on it? Just blow on it, you know, make it feel, but that doesn't cure the boil, doesn't cure the boil. So in this world, the difficulties, just like in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna was facing so many anxieties, such a difficult situation. He was so perplexed and so confused. And finally, he just told Krishna, I'm not going to fight. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to fight. I'm by nature a warrior, but I'm not going to fight. And then he said, better we live by begging, right? Than we have to engage in this horrible warfare. So confused. But then he's a classic example for us, because then he asked Krishna, what do I do? What should I do? So this world is a perplexing place. And it's perplexing for a good reason. Again, sometimes people become angry. God, why have you made such a terrible place? Well, it's a complicated question, but ultimately it's described here in a simple form, that because this place is meant to inspire us to question, why is it so difficult here? You know, why is it that, you know, just like they're so concerned about, you know, you bring down the inflation rate and naturally means more people don't have jobs. Isn't it? Or like you bring down the imbalance in trade and it means you're not selling as many goods as you were. It's like there's always some kind of, you know, trade-off that's there. You go someplace with your family, you get a cheaper hotel, the room's not so nice, you know? You get a nicer room, you can't have a good time because you're thinking how much money you spent, you know? You go sometimes, I try to think a little bit from what I read in here, what it must be like for ladies. Like, you buy a really, really nice sari, and then, oh my gosh, somebody else shows up with the same one, right? Like, how is it possible, isn't it? You know, it's you know, it's like, you know, you buy a new car and you buy whatever it is, and then 2 days later your neighbor shows up with the same car but Model Z. You know, you only have Model A, but they have the Z with the super hyper this and this and this, and immediately your mind thinks, oh, I'm not going to be able to enjoy this. They have something better. So these difficulties are there because they're meant to lead us to question, you know, first, why is it so difficult? Is there some other way? Is there another way of living? Does it have to be just a dog-eat-dog world? Does it have to be so much difficulty here? So this is Arjuna's question to Krishna. Why is it so difficult? And Krishna went through the whole Bhagavad Gita and gave so many explanations. First of all, he explained, you're not meant to be here. You're not this body, your spirit, soul. You have to see things from that perspective. And then there's different ways of purifying yourself and all of that. So in this verse, in the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada is reaffirming the same point that's mentioned in the Gita, 3rd chapter. Krishna makes this point very clear also. Just to read the English, he says, work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you always remain free from bondage. And then the next verse, 3:10. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, be thou happy by this yajna, sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you all desirable things. So, in the purport, Prabhupada says, two of these verses, reading a little bit excerpts from this. Therefore, one has to perform work for the satisfaction of Vishnu. Any other work done in this material world will be a cause of bondage. For both good and evil work have their reactions, and any reactions binds the performer. Therefore, one has to work in Krishna consciousness to satisfy Krishna or Vishnu, and while performing such activities, one is in a liberated stage. This is the great art of doing work. And then a little bit from the next purport, Prabhupada mentions that same thing almost exactly that we read today. The material creation of the Lord, by the Lord of all creatures, Vishnu, is a chance offered to the conditioned souls to come back home, back to Godhead. All living entities within the material world are conditioned by material nature because of their forgetfulness of their relationship to Vishnu or Krishna. The Vedic principles are to help us understand this eternal relation as stated in the Bhagavad Gita. The Lord says that the purpose of the Vedas is to understand Him. The Lord created this material world to enable the conditioned souls to learn how to perform yajna, sacrifices, to satisfy Vishnu, so that while in the material world they can live very comfortably, without anxiety, even though it's a place of anxiety, and after finishing the present material body, they can enter into the kingdom of God. That is the whole program. So here Prabhupada says program, and this purport is his process. That is the whole program for the conditioned souls. So that's our view of this universe, and that what the purpose is of the creation and of the existence and of our lives, and why we sometimes face the difficult situations. So a couple points. One, it's interesting as a practical example for us. It's interesting that Brahma's trying different things. He has his job. He's supposed to fill up the universe. So he created Rudra. That didn't work out very good. Thank you. Because after he created Rudra just started messing everything up. So he had to say, no, you just go perform austerities. Just sit in the corner, right? Here's a coloring book. Be quiet, don't make noise, don't upset everybody. And then he went and created these other sons. And most of them, as described, they were focused on basically, different types of Vedic sacrifices and ritualistic activities for material benefit. But then he created Narada. And Narada probably describes the supreme spiritual master of all transcendentalists. And Narada shows up again and again and again in the Bhagavatam. And in elsewhere, other Vedic scriptures to remind us what the real purpose is. So one lesson that Brahma, he is empowered. He's performing his service to Krishna. He's been directly empowered by Krishna, but still it's not working out every time. It's like you go to somebody's house and you expect that they ought to be able to give X number of dollars to build a new temple, and they give $0. And you think, well, wait a minute, I'm doing this for Krishna. This is Krishna's money. Krishna sent me here. I know how to say, I know what to do, and still they say nothing. It's like, what's going on here? Or sometimes we go to, you dress the deities regularly, right? Sometimes we go to dress the deities, and the outfit that always fits just doesn't fit that day. You ever have that experience? It just doesn't fit. And you wonder, did somebody come in the middle of the night and change the outfits? What's happening here? Or you're trying to, get everything done in a hurry, and the turban won't stay. And you got 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, the curtains are going to open. Premananda's out there waiting for when are you going to open the curtain? Right? There's so many people then that won't stay. And you have to go, Krishna, please, and then it stays. Right? You experience that, right? So Brahma's in a similar situation. He's trying so many different things, and it's not working. But he doesn't quit. He keeps trying. So that's one lesson from this little history here. Big history, how the universe is created, but the short verse. That we have to make sure we keep trying. And we don't give up in our devotional service. And we can see much more recently, Srila Prabhupada, our own founder Acharya, he also tried different things to try to satisfy the mission of his spiritual master. When he was in India, he went to Jhansi, right? He created the whole League of Devotees, and it looked like it was going to be great because I think the name of the particular building was Radha something, which is kind of like a sign, Radharani wants us to be here, and he had good support. A lot of people in the city were coming forward and leading citizens. It wasn't such a busy or important place, but still it seemed very, very good results, and he was looking forward to it being very successful, and he got it started. He spent a lot of time there. And then So just like you're all sitting on nice carpets, it's nice the way you're also geometrically laid out here. Nice. The rug, you're all sitting on the rugs. The rug was ripped out from under him. One day he's got a big preaching, the next thing they say, no, the building's gone. We're taking it back. And as you recall, it wasn't even, it was a pious thing with some ladies' organization or something. It wasn't like some other directly spiritual purpose. It was a pretty mundane thing. So it's like, Krishna, what are you doing? Right? I mean, it doesn't say he thought like that, but we probably would have thought like that. Krishna, what are you doing? But he didn't stop. Later, Prabhupada was publishing Back to Godhead magazine, and it's described in the histories that he met someone who said, you're putting all this energy into publish these magazines, why don't you publish books? At least in that time, somebody would read a magazine, maybe throw it away, but a book they'd keep longer. These days, even they don't value books as much as they used to. So Prabhupada understood. He took this as a message from his guru, a message from Krishna. I should work on books. So he changed, try something different. And another example, there's quite a few, but one that's kind of jarring is when Prabhupada first brought his Western disciple, because they were all Westerners at that time, back to India, and he had been engaging all of these disciples in the West. They'd go on Harinam. He introduced Harinam, and gradually devotees would go out for longer and longer periods of time chanting. When Prabhupada brought the devotees back to India, he did the same thing. He sent them out chanting. And then he was asking, what kind of response do you get? And they said, well, they like it, Prabhupada. They're throwing money at us. And Prabhupada stopped it immediately. So the founder Acharya, the Hare Krishna movement, stopped Harinam, chanting of Krishna's names on the streets of India. Why? Why was that? I gave it away in the way I explained the story. Do you know why? In India, you throw money at people. Why? They're begging. They're beggars. All these crazy American people, they're begging on the streets. So we could see they're not perceiving it right. It's transcendental activity, but it's not being perceived right. It's not being received right, so stop it. And that's when he started a life membership program. This is very respectable. Lord Chaitanya's movement is very respectable. So you go and you knock at the office or the home. I think mostly they went to offices of, gentlemen, ladies, and you present Krishna conscious in that way. So he also was changed, and sometimes met with seemingly defeat. So same thing with Brahma, like, okay, Rudra, go help me create everything. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you destroying everything? Go over there, do austerities. And then he creates the different sages described here, but, as Prabhupada says, they were mostly in favor of worldly fruitive activities, which are important, because that's why we're here. People come here to try and enjoy fruitive activities, but there's a higher purpose here. So that's one thing, that we should always keep this as an example for ourselves of the need to be determined and not discouraged, because sometimes we will meet with success, sometimes we will meet with what seems to be failure, at least some temporary failure. But even Brahma faced the same thing. Even Prabhupada faced the same thing in so many different acharyas, example there. So that's one point. Second point, main point given in this verse, that according to our Vaishnava teachings, the ultimate goal is to get out of the material world. And we can't run from that, we can't hide from that. There are some philosophies that say, who was it? Charvaka Muni, who was it? Prabhupada references several times. He says, no, the other one who just said, what is the goal of life? Get ghee. Right, get ghee. Yeah, Prabhupada, he was like the biggest materialist of that. I don't know what century he lived in. And Prabhupada also mentions that, he was like the biggest materialistic rascal, but in those days, they weren't so degraded. So it was just get ghee, right? That was their degradation, was get ghee. Because you can cook fancy food in ghee, right? So, ghee is the source of material life. So everything else is all. And of course, there's so many different mundane philosophies that are especially prevalent these days. Sometimes people come to the conclusion that there's no purpose. And some of the most famous Western philosophers, they end up taking their own lives because they say life has no meaning. So then why should it even be lived? Or different political philosophers, sometimes, certain philosophers talk about trying to understand what's the common good for the people. And they pursue that, which is, relatively pious thing for sure. But then there's others. I remember in college studying, there was one Western philosopher, you probably heard the name Machiavelli, and he wrote a book called The Prince, and it was all, his whole thing was, it's all about power. You get power by hook or by crook, you just get power, and don't give it away. Whatever you do, whatever means necessary, you get power. And sometimes we can see that's kind of what seems to motivate people these days. But Vaishnavas, we say, oh, the goal is not to try to enjoy material life, because ultimately it's temporary anyway. The goal is not to try to run away from everything. The solution is not to end life. The solution is not to forget life. The solution is not to try to control everything for the benefit of yourself or your family or your tribe or your country. But the goal is actually to awaken love for God. It's not to take from God. You know, and some people may think, well, you come to church or mosque or temple or gurdwara and you pray to God, dear God, please give me this. That's a good step. That's progress. Prabhupada said that's good that they're approaching Krishna, approaching God for whatever the needs are. But that's not the best goal according to our philosophy, our teachers, and nor is it, as some people say, well, the goal is to become God. I'm reading the Lilamrita again, and there's all these really amazing experiences, especially in the West, later in India too, where Prabhupada's interacting with all these crazy young people who are convinced they're God. And, you know, some of the exchanges with them, you know, some of them would come and say, you know, I'm God. And Prabhupada would say, yeah, well, I offer my respectful obeisances and, you know, now get out kind of a thing, you know, like that, you know. There was one story I just read. There was Prabhupada in San Francisco when they had the small temple, and Prabhupada had an apartment in Mukunda, and went before he was sannyasi, and his wife lived down the hall. And in the middle of the night one night, because Prabhupada, throughout his whole preaching life and years before that, he's up late at night writing. So he's late at night writing, and there's some knock on the door, and Prabhupada comes to the door and says, who's there? And it's some young girl. I need to speak to you. Prabhupada says, come back in the morning. She said, no, I have to speak to you tonight. So, you know, Prabhupada opens the door, and she's like some crazed kid. And she starts making these weird noise like muaga or something like that. I can't remember how it's in the... So anyway, so then Prabhupada steps out, his door closes because it automatically locked door. So then he had to go wake up Mukunda. Mukunda opens the door like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. There's Prabhupada standing there with this crazy looking girl. What's this all about? And then so they had to go down and wake up, I think, Hayagriva downstairs, had a key to Prabhupada's apartment, and they got it all worked out. But in the morning, and then she somehow became, you know, a little more sane and sober. She actually came to the program the next morning. They sent her home or something, but she came back. But it describes that Prabhupada was telling the story. It was sometimes, you know, Prabhupada would open his eyes were big and said, so she was there, Mauga, Mauga, Mauga. And he was laughing, you know. Just how funny it was. So, you know, there he is trying to teach love of God, came all the way across the world on the ocean liner. He's the emissary of Lord Chaitanya. He's got to deal with Mauga, you know. It's like, you know. And then there's another time, probably there was somebody who was saying or doing something and standing up and talking, interrupting the service, and probably saying, no, not now, sit. You know, questions later, and he wouldn't quiet down, and probably under his breath he said, it is the darkest of the dark times. Just seeing the nature of the people there. So in the midst of that, you know, this message is there that we don't want to become God, Mauga, I'm God, you know. But we don't want to take from God. we do, but ultimately the goal is to serve God and to love God. And at least in theory, and we're gradually appreciating this, and that's actually what makes us happy. And you see reflections of that even in this world. You know, they have the expression that, what is it, something that, you hear it a lot at Christmas time, it's more gratifying to give than to take. What is it? Was it? Forgetting the English expression. Something like that. It's more gratifying to give than to take. And it's a reflection, because it is in the spiritual realm. When we awaken, and as we gradually awaken our Krishna consciousness, there's more pleasure giving than there is in taking. But in this material world, we're all taking. And ultimately, these other these sages described here, they're being critiqued because they're going to teach people how you perform some yajna, or some sacrifice, and you get back some material reward. So our philosophy is, we all need material things. We need, in this day and age, if you don't have a warm coat, you go outside and you freeze, you die. You have to have a warm coat. And they don't give them away. You can go to Burlington Coat Factory today and say, hi, I'm a Hare Krishna devotee. I'm giving my life to God. And I promise you, they're not going to say, oh, well, in that case, here's a new coat for you. How many kids do you have? Here's one for you. They're not going to say that. They're only going to give you a warm coat if you come with some money. It's just we live in that world. So those things are necessary. But, as we often repeat, Prabhupada said many, many times, simple living, high thinking. Simplify those needs and focus on what the real goal is. So this is our philosophy, and here it's being explained. It's not just our philosophy for now, it's a philosophy for the whole universe. People say, well, wow, what a big universe out there. We think, it's a big universe with one purpose. Well, actually two. To fulfill the desires of the conditioned souls and help them get out of here. That's the purpose of the whole thing, is everything. So it's kind of like a master theorem, like in mathematics, right? They have different formulas that explain certain things. So this is our formula that puts everything into context. And I was thinking, in preparation, some thoughts for this class, that actually, and so many of us here, I think everybody but me has some Indian background. I was Indian my last lifetime. I committed some big offense, so I said, okay, next time America. That's how I got where I am now in this body. But sometimes, you all know, we're criticized sometimes by other, especially by people following some other Hindu tradition. You hear this quite often. You only talk about Krishna. You ever heard that? Raise your hand if you've heard that. You ISKCON people, it's only Krishna. Why only Krishna? You disrespect everybody else. You don't worship anybody else. This is not Vedic. This is not Hindu. This is some exclusive thing. But actually, it's not true. We don't criticize the demigods. Prabhupada said we should be very respectful to the demigods. It's like, just like we were talking yesterday, and we should respect the GBC body, we should respect senior devotees, respect the senior, the president and zonal supervisor and our mother and our father. It's part of our culture. You should respect senior people. So we definitely respect the demigods. Prabhupada taught that time and time again. We respect, here we're reading about Lord Brahma. And so many in the Shastra taught Lord Shiva is very respectable personality. We give them our respect. Ganesh wrote down the Vedas, right? Vyasadeva was reciting Ganesh. How can we criticize Ganesh? Without Ganesh, there'd be no Vedas, there'd be no Bhagavatam, nothing would be there. He wrote it all down for us. So don't criticize him. But the difference is, we don't approve of we don't criticize the demigods. What we would critique, and of course maybe not directly to people, but from a philosophical point, what we critique is the way people approach the demigods. See, that's where we say they're wrong. We don't say don't respect demigods, but we would say, on the basis of our acharyas and the Shastra, that we shouldn't go to those personalities for material benefit, because ultimately they're all devotees of Krishna. They have a job to do to try to help manage the world, and they have certain things they do in terms of people coming and ask them for favors. But we know that actually all of the demigods, they're servants of Krishna. So just like we know the gopis, they were praying to what? Goddess Kadyani, I think. Yeah, Kadyani, please help us. We want Krishna as our husband, like that. So, we can think in terms of different devas, or different empowered people, personalities. Please help me in my devotion to Krishna. That's the appropriate mentality. So we don't say don't worship. Well, maybe we wouldn't say don't worship the same way some people think. We would definitely say we should respect, we should have some veneration for the devas, but we keep it all in perspective. And we understand that ultimately the devas are especially pleased when we are serving Krishna, because he's their master. And I don't know so much about different yagyas, but from what I've heard, Prabhu, you're here, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Every yagya, for anybody, Vishnu has to be there, isn't it? Vishnu, so just even like, just from a pure point of like simple logic, well, why does Vishnu have to be there? I'm worshiping this one and this one and this one. Well, why, Vishnu, what are you doing? This is not your party. What are you butting in? Nobody invited you. This is no. But well, no, he owns the house, he owns the fire. He owns the, he's the one that had it all written down to tell you what to do in the first place. He put that person in a position, so you better recognize him, right? It's like if you were to go to Washington, D.C., and you're talking to your congressman, in the middle of the conversation, the president of the country walks in. You don't say, what are you doing here? Oh, president's here. He's up a few notches, right? You would keep that on perspective. So in the same way, we understand it of the Vishnu's supreme position. And it's described here about Brahma's sons. Mostly they were teaching and they were living, mostly karmakandic or ritualistic. It doesn't get into the details, but just says that basically they were in favor, Prabhupada says, of worldly fruitive activities. So they weren't necessarily always teaching pure devotional service. But Narada is particularly given emphasis because his teaching and his lineage and our lineage teach that love of God is the highest thing. And that selfless service is actually a way that we can actually become happy. So our acharyas teach that this is the real goal. And there's so many different examples. Again, Arjuna is there, who was so distressed. I mean, we all face different challenges in life, but we should think and compare ourselves sometimes. When we think about, oh, it's so difficult, I've got a boss I've got to deal with, whatever. But none of us is sitting on a battlefield with 11 oxyhenes to our 7. I mean, sometimes the odds look pretty bad, but that's a lot of people over there. And Bhishma is on that side, right? And Dronacharya is on that side, etc. And then on top of that calculation, just that I don't even want to do this. What a mess. I don't want to kill all these people. And you read the Mahabharata, there was a lot of battles before this, and Arjuna was, he was, as a Kshatriya, he fought a lot of battles, and a lot of people were injured and killed and all of that. So he wasn't not used to that type of fighting. But somehow in this one, he just saw there's too many friends and family members, I can't do it. He was so distressed, but then Krishna gave him the proper perspective. And we see the example of Dhruva Maharaj, who also was looking for some different things. He was thinking, I want a kingdom greater than my father, etc., greater than my grandfather, anybody. But then he realized, why am I looking for this? Actually, what I really need is Krishna. And the whole Bhagavatam is full of these histories. Chitraketu was thinking, okay, everything's good, but I need a son. And he was willing to do anything to get his son. And then he got a son. What was his son's name? It means one who brings happiness and distress. Do you remember his son's name? Yeah, one who brings happiness and one who brings distress. So it was Narada told him that. This is his name. And he didn't even think, well, what do you mean by that? He was like, no, that's good. I got a son. He's going to make you happy, but he's going to make you distressed. He didn't like, well, can you stay a few more minutes and explain that? He was like, oh, go. Now you can go. You got me what I wanted. Now you can go. And that's really a lot of times when you think about it, that's the experience that all of us have that experience to one extent or the other, and we see it all around us. We get something that we think we really, really, really want, and then it's not what we really, really wanted. Because what we wanted was the experience behind that thing. We thought that thing was going to make us peaceful, or was going to make us maybe, popular, or was going to make us happy, or was going to make us some of the different types of, experience, joyful. But then you get the thing and you realize, well, that thing doesn't actually give me joy. That thing doesn't actually make me peaceful. This place doesn't actually satisfy my disturbed mind. And then gradually come to understand that those disturbances, as Prabhupada says again and again and again, Shastra says again and again, it's for want of spiritual experience. So we're spiritual beings living in a material world looking for a spiritual experience. We're looking for something that actually satisfy our heart, satisfy our soul. And we keep, and conditioned souls in the world around us keeps looking for different things. Therefore, every year they come out with a new model car, right? And every year they come out with, it's like everybody here is old enough. It's like, fashions change. If you have something like, like when I was younger, wide ties were really in style, and then they kind of went medium width for a while. So my grandson goes to a school where he has to wear a tie. And my wife said, why don't you give him some of your ties? He doesn't want my ties. Forget it. No way. But if you wait 10 years, you give it, I guarantee you what he's wearing today is going to be like, yuck. And all of these wild ties that I have are going to be like, wow, that's really cool. You know, it's, even have a word for it. It's retro, right? If it becomes so out, then it becomes in again. Like when I was a kid, everybody had Converse tennis shoes. That was the good tennis shoe. There wasn't a million different varieties. And then it went to a point like nobody wears Converse tennis shoes. But then all of a sudden some movie star, rock star, some started wearing Converse. All of a sudden everybody's got to have Converse tennis shoes. Like you see these days, people wearing Converse. Those went out of style 40. Just wait long enough, they'll come back again. So I'm thinking this thing's going to satisfy me, but it doesn't. But if you wait long enough, I'll try it again. And Prahlad Maharaj gives an example of this. He talks about, he says material life is actually chewing the chewed. You know, we see this all around us. People, they try to get some pleasure out of something. And it gives a nice example for people used to a tropical climate or Indian culture, right? Everybody sees sugar cane, right? They squeeze the juice out of it and then they throw it away. So if you go take what they've squeezed already and you try to eat it again, there's no flavor there. So if we saw someone doing that, we think, what are you doing? If you want some sugar cane, go there. That's where the sugar, don't go here. And sometimes, especially with kids or kids that went through American educational system, they relate more to the example of, I say, so how many of you go to school? Raise your hand. Okay. How many of you, do you ever touch under your desk? And they immediately know what you're talking about. And they go, no, that's disgusting. Because under every school desk is generally, I don't know these days, but when I was a kid, you couldn't chew gum in school. So you'd chew gum, and then before class started, you'd take it out of your mouth and put it under the desk. So you get down and you look up at the desk, it's like, that's disgusting. You know? But then you say to somebody, so would you go there and, you know, pick that pink or green or blue, whatever it looks like underneath, take it out and chew it again? Yuck! Isn't it? That's absolutely disgusting. That's what Prahlad Maharaj says we're doing in the material world. We're trying to chew the chewed, you know? And we try something, it doesn't really satisfy us, and then, you know, if you wait long enough, okay, a wide tie didn't make me completely happy 30 years ago, but this time it'll make me happy, you know? So that's the craziness of this material world. But the thing is, Prabhupada gave this really nice example, and it must be some of the Bhagavatam, I can't recall, but life is like a bunch of zeros. But if you put Krishna in front, then with all those zeros have great meaning. So you can have the car that doesn't give you gratification. Ultimately, it's like, oh, it's just, you know, it's not satisfying. But if you have the car and use it for Krishna, well, it has some purpose. You know, you have your favorite sari, even if 3 ladies have the same sari, you don't mind. I'm wearing it for Krishna. It's my best dressed sari. I wear it to see Krishna on the holidays because I'm dressing up for him. Or whatever it is. You know, I have a house, and the nature of the material mind is we're always thinking that house is a little bigger, or maybe, you know, that whole curve of the changing bodies, the same projection is there as people. You know, like they talk about, you see young couples, you see the same, like, oh, they get married and they get an apartment, right? And then after a while they get what they call in America, starter home, right? They get a starter home. We usually like no backyard and this and that. And then they have a couple kids. And then they think, oh my gosh, we need a bigger house with a lawn. I need something with a lawn. So they get a house with a lawn. And then if they do well, at a certain point in time, they get a bigger house with a bigger lawn because they want to pay $150 a week to get it mowed. No, because they think if I have a lawn, this is going to make me happy, right? Then you have the lawn, you have to buy a lawnmower or pay the kid next door who doesn't show up on time every week. Like I had an experience, my sister got married, my father paid a bunch of kids in the neighborhood to come and park the cars because we had a long driveway, but the kids messed up, they didn't come. So my father's trying to arrange this nice wedding for his daughter, and all the guests are like backed up. Because the people supposed to be the valet parkers didn't show up. Oh, we thought it was tomorrow, you know. No, my father was not happy. So you make this nice arrangement, you know. And then you get the big house, And then the kids grow up in 10 years, really, because you didn't get the yard and whatever until they were old. So then you have this big house, and then next thing you know, it's just the wife and the husband. And she's saying, this house is too big. I can't clean this house. And he's saying, I can't afford this house. So then you got to get a smaller house, right? And then you start thinking, well, we've been in Chicago for 40 years with the snow. Let's just move to Florida, right? That thing would be good in Florida. And then you move to Florida, and then you go outside, you walk in, well, this is a nice river. And you stop to read the sign thinking it's going to tell you about the history of this beautiful river. And the sign says, caution, alligators. Isn't it? I was in Florida recently, there's a sign that says, caution, alligators. And you think like, well, alligators, they don't really attack people, do they? No, they'll just eat your dog. Right? So you go all the way there and you take your little dog, Snuffy, whatever, with you to Florida to be happy, but you can't let Snuffy out because the alligators might get him. Right? Or maybe he gets him. And then you think, oh, why did we move to Florida? We were so happy in Chicago. No, you weren't. You weren't happy in Chicago. I remember with this example, I was as a brahmachari in Denver. We used to fly to LA for the Rath Yatra. Later we drove, but there were some years we flew. So going to the airport in Denver, there's a big sign as you get in on the airplane. It says, fly to Los Angeles, which we happen to be going to with the picture of the beach and the sun and everybody's happy and smiling. Then you land in Los Angeles. As you get off the plane, there's a big sign that says go to Hawaii. Like, enjoy Hawaii. So you think, oh yeah, LA's for losers. If I really had money enough, I'd go to Hawaii. And then a few years later, I had an experience. I was going to India. For some reason, we went west that year instead of east, because Denver's kind of right in the middle on the way. So we went west and stopped in Hawaii for a few days and got off the airplane. There's a big sign, Ski Colorado. I said, but I just came from Colorado. And then I went to LA, but that wasn't enough. And then they sent me to Hawaii. Now you told me to go back to Colorado, but everybody in Colorado wants to go to LA. LA wants to go to Hawaii. Hawaii wants to go to Colorado. It's like, what's going on here? So that's why I described the whole process of the creation, maintenance, the dissolution, and the cosmic manifestation is meant to give the conditioned souls a chance to go back home, back to Godhead. So, we don't say to people, our philosophy is not stop. It's not 18. Our philosophy is add Krishna. Most of us want to have a family. That's wonderful. That's beautiful. Make it a little Christian conscious as best you can. Most of us, we need a job. Okay, try to, be in a situation that's a little pious, not so horrible. Somebody, comes to the temple and works in a slaughterhouse. We'd say, that's not a good thing. Why don't you try to find something a little better than that? And we need cars. So we put a picture of Prabhupada, put a picture of Krishna in your car, put a picture of your Diksha Guru in your car, and use the car to go to the temples sometimes. And we all have to go to grocery stores, but we make a choice. I'm not going to go on that aisle. I'm not going to buy anything from that aisle because those are things that aren't good for me and aren't good for the society and they're not good for the world and they're not good for the animals. So we make decisions like that. And in this way, we gradually spiritualize our lives. In this way, bhakti is so beautiful because it really isn't about no. There's a few things we tell people as you get a little more spiritually advanced. Okay, give up some of this, give up some of that. But even in the beginning, we don't so much insist on that. We just say, come to the temple, take prasadam, chant, have a nice time. And gradually people start realizing that, I have more fun here than I do there. It's really kind of fun here. I like it the way you people dance. I like the food. The food here is what, people say this all the time, right? Why does the food taste better here? I cook dosa at home, but dosa here seems to be a little better or whatever. So, gradually, people waking that up. So that's the gift that's given to us by Acharyas. And here, Lord Brahma, he's going through so much anxiety. We offer our respectful obeisances, Lord Brahma, for all the trouble that he took to create this world just for our benefit, so that we can gradually wake up and go back to Godhead. And here, we're learning about the trouble he took, right? Sometimes we just think like when you're a kid, you just think, why can't my mother and father give me everything that I want, right? And whatever they say no, one of those rare occasions, that becomes like the norm in your mind. You forget the 100 times they said yes. You remember the one time they said no. Until you grow up. And you have your own kids. And then you're thinking like, oh my gosh, Mom, Dad, thank you. You must have put up with a lot. right? I mean, when you're 7 years old, do you think about how your mother and father woke up in the middle of the night, were trying to take care of you and going crazy? Should they call the doctor? Should they take you to the hospital? You don't think about that when you're 7, 10, 17, even 20, 22, you know? But when you're 27, all of a sudden you have your own, it's like, oh my gosh, you guys really sacrificed. So the same way Lord Brahma, Srila Prabhupada, Narada Muni, you know, what they did, what they underwent to try to help us, we should feel some gratitude for that. And that should inspire us to try to serve and assist them too. So, 1 or 2 questions or comments anybody like to make? I can't believe how organized everything is here. You just spontaneously sit in these nice, neat rows. No reason for it whatsoever. I'm so impressed. Naperville is definitely the most organized temple room I've ever seen. Yes, Prabhu.
Krishna Prabhuji. Thank you, Grace, being here, giving your valuable association. And the discussion what on the current days is this is a little bit slightly away from the context. Srila Prabhupada said they never landed on the moon, but now we hear lots of news about India having landed on the moon.
Yeah, not a manned craft yet, but
excuse me, what?
Yeah, there was no people on board. When India landed, there was no people on board. What they call
exactly,
unmanned.
but but Prabhupada said they can never go to the moon, even the mission.
I don't think Prabhupada said, Prabhupada said different things, and some people actually kind of researched it. Sometimes Prabhupada said they absolutely didn't go to the moon. Sometimes Prabhupada said if they went anywhere, they went to Rahu, right? Sometimes Prabhupada said something like, well, if they went to the moon, they couldn't stay there. You know, so he would say different things at different times. So you can actually look that up. But I think for us, I mean, the real question is, okay, even if they go to the moon, let's say one day they figure out how to go there and they build a nice, beautiful space station, I guarantee you there's going to be all kinds of stories about so-and-so, you know, has had a heart attack on the moon. Very unfortunate. Now they got to ship the body back and bury them in Oklahoma, where they're from, because they died on the moon. Isn't it? You can go all the way, you can go to the moon, you go to heavenly planets. Even if the bona fide ways to go to the heavenly planets, there's still this Brahma Bhuvanala Lakha, from the topmost planet down to the lowest, birth, death, old age, and disease. So even if they do, doesn't ultimately, what difference does it make? You know, Prabhupada talk about how, you know, materialistic progress, it doesn't really benefit people, but then, hey, they come up with some cure for some disease. That's a wonderful thing. We appreciate that. Thank him for their sacrifices. And I'm happy to go to the doctor and get help when I'm sick, but they haven't cured death. They haven't cured old age. They haven't cured disease. And even if you do, you cure death, at a certain point in time, you get really bored here because it's just not enough. You know, go someplace on a vacation, your mind always tells you, oh, I wish we had another week. Okay? But if magically you could have another week, okay, that was kind of nice. Okay, you can stay another week. No, I'd rather go home. No, stay another week. Oh, I don't want to stay another week. I'm getting tired. I got sunstroke, you know, it's too hot. I want to see my friends. I want to be home in my own kitchen, my own bed. It's like, no, now you stay. Isn't it? So what is this? If it's such a great place, why don't we want to stay forever? And you go to those resort towns where everybody wants to go there, and you talk to some of the local people, they're not very happy. You know, they're on the beach every day, or in the mountains every day, but they're not necessarily satisfied. Because the soul's, it's just a fact we can't be satisfied here. Is that okay? Yes, Prabhu. I was on a radio interview one time with a reporter from the BBC, and I knew he was going to be a little inimical. So I was a little prepared for him. So one thing he was asking me, he said, you know, you say nobody went to the moon. You know, why do you believe that? I said, well, for me, frankly, I don't really care. It's not that important. My spiritual beliefs are not based on whether or not we went to the moon. I kind of keep an open mind about that personally. And then I asked him, I said, what about you? Do you think we went to the moon? He said, yeah. I said, have you ever been there? He said, no. I said, you have absolute faith in somebody you've never even met, in a place that you've never been to. I said, I'm saying I'm keeping an open mind. You're the one who's closed-minded. You're the one that's dogmatic. You're the one that has faith in something you've never experienced. I'm the more reasonable person. I knew it was coming, so I was prepared. And it's a fact. You know, it's a fact. I mean, they have faith in so many things they don't know. You know. we're willing to kind of keep an open mind, Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Actually, I have two questions.
This must be like what it used to be like a school teacher in India. Everybody's lined up in rows, nice and neat, This is very nice.
I think
I like it a lot.
We bought too big of a carpets that they cannot be laid out.
I thought it's because they're trying to convince everybody not to eat so much. You have to get thinner so you could sit on the floor. Nice.
They actually, Sri, somebody donated this without asking what we needed.
Well, they're nice. Actually, they're nice. I mean, they make a lot of sense.
So, Prabhuji, you've been in the movement for such a long time. I'm sure there were ups and downs and whatnot. And especially when we come to a religious organization, we expect, we hope to aspire to have those moments of Krishna and the experience of the spiritual. But the more time we spend in the organization, we get involved in bigger services and whatnot. And then you don't tend to see the same peace or whatnot, right? So in situations of those downs, how does one, or at least in what helped you continue to go and serve the movement in those downs and keep moving forward?
You can answer that from a lot of ways. Well, one thing is, we see that there's so much suffering and pain in the world, and how can I not be a person adding to that suffering and pain? Just look from just a totally mundane point of view. Even if life only exists for a certain number of years and then it's finished, I don't want to be one of the sources of suffering in the world. And without devotional service, without association with devotees, without practicing Christian consciousness, I slip into those same kind of behaviors. I can be cruel, I can be mean, I can be exploitative, I can use people for my own selfish purposes. I still do that a little bit because I'm not very pure-hearted. But it's a lot better than I think the way I was living before. At least I'm aspiring for that. So, individually, I got to give my life to something. So, I'm either going to be a sports fan or a fashion follower, or I'm going to go to the stadium and I'm going to be, what do they call them now? What's with the woman that just won, I don't know her music. What? Yeah. No, the big music, the $2 billion that she just made from her music tour.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, so the Swiftie. I heard this that term. You can be a Swiftie. I never thought, like, what's a Swiftie? So it's like the name for all these people. They're big followers. Not big, they're little followers of this big person. So we're going to give ourselves, we're going to give our heart to something. And more pious people, they give their heart to some, good cause. I'm going to sacrifice for a hospital. I'm going to work my whole life at this hospital, try to help people. Or I'm going to work, I live in Washington, there's a lot of people. I want to give my life, I'm going to work for the State Department, try to make the world better. And they always become frustrated. The people that I know so frustrated. Or I'm going to save the whales, or I'm going to save the orangutans, or I'm going to work to protect cows, and, whatever, something pious. Help kids that don't have families, and help people with disabilities, or those are more pious efforts to do that. So devotees means we're really trying to understand, is there one root cause that I can try to address that can help all these things? Because if you give your life to save the monkeys, what about the buffalo? If you try to help the buffalo, what about the environment? You try to help the environment, we got to take your choice. You can try to help the water. Okay, what about the trees? You try to help the trees. What about the animals? And it's, where's the root? Where's the root of it? So that's our motivation. And we keep in mind that this is a place where we have these high goals and high aspirations, and yet I myself am not free from the same tendencies that make the world difficult. So I shouldn't expect everybody else is automatically there. But I appreciate, and I'm gratified and honored and inspired to work with people that are trying to do that. I mean, it's 33 degrees below zero outside. It's a Sunday morning, some people are pious and they're going to church or doing some services or things in the morning, but most people are sleeping in, right? And here we're sitting with 20 people, maybe there's a few more online, I don't know if we broadcast, who are sitting, suffered 33-degree wind chill factors and came here and they're sitting on the floor on a rug because if you move 14 inches to the side, it's too cold. And they're sitting there because they want to know, how do I become a better person? How do I become someone who's, I want to try to understand God. I want to try to learn to love God. I want to try to learn to love everyone else. I want to learn to become free from selfishness and exploitation. And, I mean, you go to work tomorrow, you work in an office or work with other people, if you go and you say, this weekend I went and heard a couple nice classes about how to become free from greed. What do you think about that? Like, you did what? And meanwhile, they're just talking with their friends about, I really bet wrong. I bet on the whatever, that this, I bet on the Trojans instead of this, whatever it is, right? That's what they're talking about. And they're upset because, I could have won $300, but I lost my money. And that's as far as it goes for a lot of people. That's as far as it goes. Not everybody. Again, there's pious people. So, we're fortunate to be with people that are trying for something better. And at the same time, we recognize that it's right in our scripture. It's not a surprise to us. We're very, very, very small, and material energy is very, 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 very big. And Prabhupada gives an example, just like Krishna is like a fire with a spark, and we fall out of the spark, we're extinguished. We're trying to get back into the fire. So we're going to, struggle with some things. We're going to make mistakes. People are going to disappoint us. Organizations are not going to be as the examples that we expect them to set, they're going to fall short sometimes. But we know that what we're actually trying to do is still worthy. And we see in ourselves, even though I may slip and fall and make so many mistakes, still somehow Krishna is a redeeming factor and he lets me go on. So if he's doing the same thing for me, I know he's doing it for others, and I know he's doing it for a community of devotees. And then we read stuff like Lord Brahma, who messes up from time to time. And, the whole Bhagavatam is full of, like, demons who get turned around, or devotees who get tested. And it's all ultimately to show us, like, other people have been in the same situation. Brahma, he just created 10 sons. He created Radha. It's like, okay, Radha, go. Go, guy. You are like, I designed you. I sat down and figured out, okay, here's what you're going to go here, right? Like, Radha, where are you going? And then he realized at some point, it's only told in a verse or two, it's like, okay, Radha, just go over there and do tapasya. That's the best way to engage yourself, right? So, and then he started again. He's like, okay, I'm going to create all these sons. It's like, okay, great. Well, where are you all going? You're all going for materialistic. Well, wait a minute. We're supposed to create the world so that people can get out of here. What are you doing over there? So then Narada, right? So it's not easy. Again, history is so important. We read the history of Srila Prabhupada. So many struggles. He wrote to people and they said, yeah, I'll send you money to help with the temple. And then Prabhupada said, I found this nice building. And this one man said, no, it's got to be built from scratch. It's got to be, perfect Vedic Hindu design. And Prabhupada was like, that's not practical. He just didn't help him. He wrote to his godbrothers, can you help? One brahmachari wrote and said, I want to come and help you. Prabhupada wrote back and said, talk to your Guru Maharaj. He said, I don't think I should talk to my Guru Maharaj. He won't tell me to come. He said, no, of course he's going to tell you to come. So he wrote to talk to his Guru Maharaj, and then he wrote back and said, my Guru Maharaj says it's foolish or something. And Prabhupada was very upset that whatever it may be, it's not foolish. That wasn't the word, but something like that. Whatever it may be, this is glorious, and your Guru Maharaj should be offering to help, and if you can't come, okay, finished. And then he worked with what Krishna gave him. So we're gonna face obstacles, Maybe nobody else noticed except whoever put it down, but like beautiful new temple, and why is there tape on the floor? What's that all about? Because Krishna said every endeavor is covered by some degree of fault. And it's like it really tests you, right? You can't even cover it up because the rug's not big enough. But you keep going, right? You can't stop. You keep going, you know. So I think, is that okay? A few thoughts on that.
Absolutely, Prabhuji. The second question is, I'll try to articulate.
Okay, and after for me, my last one, because Gopal, we're supposed to be on a conference call. It starts in a few minutes. So,
Okay.
yeah, this will be the last one.
Yes. So we see that there's variegatedness in how we offer devotion to Krishna. And
Variegatedness, you said?
yes,
Yes,
because
okay.
each person has
Yeah,
a
yeah.
different mood and whatnot.
I didn't hear the word. Okay.
Now, when I perform my service, I tend to validate for myself, right? Meaning because it's meaningful to me, or it makes sense to me, or whatnot.
Good.
But when we look at somebody else who's doing it differently, it creates a question. Okay, am I doing it right?
How do we see them differently, or they're doing it differently?
They're doing it differently.
Okay.
So we tend to question, right? Oh, am I doing it right, or is that person doing it wrong? Because
Okay.
in the material world, at least maybe, the tendency is there's one right and then there's the other thing is wrong.
It's
right?
not just a tendency in the material world. It's a tendency among Kanishta Adhikari devotees.
So how to overcome that?
Realize that Krishna is much bigger than I am. I mean, why do religions around the world fight? No? You bow down flat. You go some other place, they pull the bench down and they bow like that. You go some other place, they bow at the waist. So we should kill each other because the way we bow down is different. You know? Isn't it? Well, what's the purpose of bowing down? It's to show our respects to God and to, the higher reality. Even some people don't believe in God, but still they accept there's a higher reality and they bow. So, wasn't that nice? They're acknowledging there's a higher reality. Isn't that a good thing? There's a beautiful, very beautiful writing by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and he gives, you can look it up, it's online, about specifically how we should interact with other traditions, not even other Vaishnavas or other ISKCON people. And he says, when we find ourselves in a place of worship other than that of my own, and I'll paraphrase, he says we should stay there. He doesn't say run away. He says we should stay there in humble frame of mind, thinking that this is my Lord being worshipped in a way that's different than mine. And even though I may not thoroughly understand this process of mine, my faith and my love for my own Lord is deepened by seeing what I see here. So maybe, they bow down differently doesn't mean I should cause myself to question, well, maybe I shouldn't bow down like this, I should bow down like that. But I have enough faith and knowledge and experience of the benefits of my own system that I'm deeply rooted in my own system. And if I see other people, I can see beyond just the externals to what's actually happening in terms of their heart. And what's the purpose of what they're doing, and why are they worshiping in a particular way? And as devotees, also too, we can see. Classic example in ISKCON, we know the emphasis on book distribution, and we probably should have much more these days. I think we never can have enough. But sometimes you hear people give, at least we used to hear, somebody give a book distribution class. If you weren't a book distributor, you walked out of there really discouraged, because that's the best, and everything else is secondary. And I can remember as a young devotee going to some programs at some Indian families outside of ISKCON, and they had other sannyasis there. And the sannyasis would give their katha, and everybody be laughing, and then everybody go home inspired. And I can remember thinking, why is it when their sannyasis come, people are fired up? When our sannyasis come, they're all discouraged. Because in the early days, some of the sannyasis was like, brahmachari life, tapasya, women are Maya, family life's Maya, sex is Maya, children are Maya, it's all Maya, Maya, Maya. It's like we hear sometimes there's brahmanas in India in the early days would say to the ISKCON devotees, if you keep chanting Hare Krishna and doing all this, next lifetime you can take birth like me. No question you're going to go back to Godhead. That was one of the obstacles that they faced. They were told like that, Whatever you're doing, the best it's going to get you is a birth in India, so you can take off from there next time. So, that sense of my service is the best. In one sense, we should feel that devotion in our heart. Like, okay, I hear so much about how important book distribution is, but I just love to worship the deities, and I can't stop worshiping the deities. I could try to distribute books from the altar and help people as best I can distributing books, and I should do that. But I just love the deities. Please, please, please don't tell me I have to give up my deity service, etc. So our own attachment should be very strong like that, but also based on an appreciation for other people and their own variety and experience in Krishna consciousness. It's not like the cowherd boys are walking around thinking, the gopis are just in Maya because they don't really, it's not. That's this place. That's what you experience in this world. Spiritual life means we're have a different experience. We're going to get out of that. Is that okay? So that variety shouldn't disturb us. Okay, one more, because he's the Pujari. I was just talking about Pujari.
Prabhu, Hare Krishna. I think you saw in the purport somewhere that Brahma created some good people.
Yeah, good sons.
Good sons. So
yeah, and the sentence structure, it's hard to tell how Prabhupada's meaning. He's saying that Narada was finally, he got a good son, or that he created, more good sons. So it's a little hard to tell.
Has he created any bad son also?
Has he created what?
Any bad sons? Bad.
Well, that's a really deep theological question, because ultimately, is there any bad? We have an ethics professor with us today. Is there anything bad? Ultimately, there is no bad. It's all good, because it's all help to bring us to Krishna. But it's bad if it temporarily separates us from Krishna. So these sons were, in a sense, not so good, because they were teaching things that weren't directly getting people out of the material world. Just like sometimes you read it, it'll say Grahastha life is a deep, deep, dark well. So we're all dead. Right? Deep, dark well, you're dead. You fall in deep, dark well, you are dead. Right? So why do we should just have brahmacharis and sannyasis. Sorry, ladies. Next life. Right? But that's not our philosophy. Our philosophy is no, wherever you are, you can make advancement in Krishna consciousness. And sometimes we have had periods of time, you can study the history. 1976, some of the leading devotees in ISKCON and influenced the GBC and made a decision, all the grahastas and all the women have to move out of the temples. Our temples should be brahmacharis and sannyasis, and everybody else should move out. And it went to Prabhupada. Prabhupada overturned it. Said, you can't do that. That's ridiculous. That's not our process, not our philosophy. And then Tamal Krishna Maharaj was like one of the big powerful leaders in this movement. And then he came to Prabhupada and said, Prabhupada, I'm really sorry. I was completely wrong in this, and you should just send me to China. Prabhupada said, that's a very good idea. He said, no, Prabhupada. He said, no, that's a very good idea. You go to China. So that's the history. And that's a very interesting way to see, Krishna is really mystical, because it simultaneously corrected things. It simultaneously corrected, this misunderstanding in our movement. It satisfied a lot of the very unhappy leaders that these big sannyasis are coming and threatening our whole communities. Because in those days, most temples, you tell all the ladies and all the grahastas to move out. There's there's a few brahmacharis left. It would have really hurt ISKCON. And simultaneously, we see, Tamal Krishna went to China, amazing results in China. Amazing results, which maybe wouldn't have happened. So, Krishna works in these very wonderful ways. So, yeah. Okay, we better go or we're going to be late for our meeting. Okay, thank you all very much. See most of you tonight if you're able to. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.